Hello, board members. How we doing this fine Makeup Monday? Well, I hope. As it is Makeup Monday, we are making up for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy that we had to skip yesterday due to American Father's Day. But welcome, Ika. How goes it? Pretty good. Work was super slow. Took a long time to get through work today, but at least it was an easy day. But I figured I got home and I'm like, you know what? I'll relax for a little bit, head to the office, and then we'll start at 2. I'll be done by like 6. Nice makeup stream. We'll get some work done. We'll get some stuff done in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, because boy, do we need it. This case that we are on currently has been an absolute trip through insanity as we've tried to figure out what actually happened in this case. I think last week it was revealed that the Detective Marshal's brother, Prosecutor Marshall, was not in fact killed by what was assumed to be a serial killer, but was in fact killed by the head prosecutor's little sister, Emma, when she mistook him in the darkness caused by a storm, like a blackout. She shoved the person she thought was the serial killer with a knife, actually Prosecutor Marshall, onto a statue, which is what actually killed him. Chief of Police is still definitely a demon. Yeah, there's still more and more evidence indicating that the Chief of Police is in fact still non-human in some form or another. Besides all the stuff we've already pointed out, like the weird name, the orangey skin tone, his weird obsession with church-like things. I think there was a couple other implications that he's kind of evil, generally speaking. So he's probably going to turn out to be the big bad of part 2 that we're on now, but we'll see what happens. Ika, how are you doing? Did you have a nice day off, hopefully? Hopefully you got to sleep well and relax and go for a walk, I believe is something you like to do to pass the time. Did you see any adorable critters today? I think we're on, what, day 4 or 5 of this trial. Episode 5. Oh, final day. Okay, so they're just calling it the final day. Looks like this one. Final day. Episode 5. Rise from the ashes. Final day. One way or the other, team, we're getting there. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2. Went for a short walk before it got too hot. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. You definitely, with it being summer here in the States, you definitely want to go before it gets too warm. Or at least take a lot of water with you. Here specifically, you don't really want to go for a walk or a jog, basically from the time of, like, probably about 10 to about 6, if you can avoid it, really. But, I mean, if you can't, you can't, right? But yeah, here in the ye old Arizona, you don't really want to be out on the streets of Firebird City between 10 and about 6 at this time of year. It's just miserable. I think we're officially in the triple digit season now. I think over the weekend it was like 101 and 102, and it's supposed to stay about like that low triple digits for at least the next couple of days, as far as I'm aware. We'll see what happens. There's supposed to be a storm kind of coming in through the Gulf of Mexico, it looks like. Sometimes we'll catch clouds off of that. Sometimes we won't, so we'll see what happens. But at least for now, don't be outside during the hardest part of the day here in Arizona. But yeah, let's see what's happening in defendant lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Oh yeah, we did some evidence. We proved that Edgeworth. We proved that Edgeworth used falsified evidence in the initial trial in the SL9 incident. I think this is the SL9 one. The SL9 incident from 2 years ago. He didn't know it was bad evidence. He was presented as it was being good evidence. But because technically, apparently in this universe, prosecutors are the head of the investigation, not the police, it falls onto him to be at fault, not the corrupt police commander who openly admitted to giving him the bad evidence in court in front of people. Officially on the record. Jet Becerra's crazy legal system? Yeah, it really makes absolutely no sense. Flat out, it doesn't make any amount of sense. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, your boyfriend's here. And I'm not saying that derisively. They seem to actually have a pretty caring relationship with one another. I don't want to take it as I'm putting anybody down. No, they seem... I know Gumshoe seems to authentically care for Edgeworth. We haven't found out exactly how Edgeworth feels about Gumshoe, but the fact that they hang out so much means he must like him at least a little bit. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Hey, at least he can read the room right now. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. Is that an evidence law book for children? Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Why are we getting handed an evidence law book for children? Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Those are the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? We know that's not true at all. We have actively shown evidence that we found in random places and brought to trial in our pocket and then showed in the middle of the court case. So we know that's not even remotely possibly true. Or half of our arguments would have been thrown out. Evidence law for idiots? Yeah, basically. It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. So we know law number 1 doesn't actually apply. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Oh, there's evidence hidden in the book. Okay. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. From Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. There's only 2 rules in this? That's a big book for... maybe it's a picture book. It is clearly for children. That might actually be a picture book. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that'll... Wait, that book'll do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding what this is supposed to represent. This emotion? I think he's happy, but he doesn't want to smile, so he's trying to, like, bite his lips. Like, he's trying to, like, keep himself from smiling. But I don't know. Sometimes, like, in this case, it seems like a bad thing's about to happen, but he's doing this weird not smile. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? Hey, thanks for wrapping up the last couple of episodes, Gumshoe. Thanks. You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Huh? She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? Now we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh, we're gonna get to the bottom of this one. Someone bring me a cross, holy water, and an old priest. I'll be the young priest since I'm only 24, but we'll need an old priest. We're gonna get in there, we're gonna exorcise this demon. Watch out, everybody. Now, if I attach the cross to a baseball bat and hit him with the baseball bat with the cross on it, does that still count? Because that would be my preferred method of exorcising the demon. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Before that happens, I need to read this book. There is a secret hidden in this book, and I need to know what it is. Rules of submitting evidence. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Okay. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Doesn't this rule actively undermines the first rule? Old priest gonna have to die of court? Well, yeah, I mean, they know what they're signing up for. They're doing it in the name of God. Doesn't this... No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered, as in not allowed by the approved by the police department, evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. This actively undermines rule number 1. What? This rule makes rule 1 pointless. Why would... This is one of those things that when they changed the law system like 4 years ago, they made this rule, and then some rich people really wanted to present some evidence the police didn't know about until the moment of the trial. So someone got rule number 2 put on the books. Bonk the legal system? I wish I could. We've talked about bonking every single person here. Wait. Is there nothing else? That's it? I thought for sure that we were gonna read through this and it would show pages and there'd be like scribbles in the margins and we'd find some kind of evidence or something. But there's no clues in this. It's literally just the 2 laws. Alright. Weird. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Of course. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. Huh? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. By the way, what they're talking about is completely a thing. The defense can completely call witnesses in real life. Man, this just, oh my God, no, I can't just be angry at the system the whole time. I'm gonna end up snapping I'm gonna break this desk in half and the monitor's gonna explode. Okay, it would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. It's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. I love that in this system, it is actually not quite... The defense cannot call any witnesses in this system at all. They cannot present evidence that is not directly related to whoever the prosecution is called as a witness. That's complete insanity in the defense system. This system is so busted. I just assumed we were too stupid to call witnesses or something. I didn't realize it was actually against the protocol of the court system for the defense to call witnesses. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Well, it's the chief, right? Oh man, it would be so funny if we call the victim and a good man, detective and criminal. We call him to the stand and he shows up and he turns out he's not even dead. Japerica goes full in on the idea of guilty until proven innocent. Definitely, 100%. But yeah, can we call Bruce Goodman to the stand and force his ghost to show up or something? That would solve a lot of problems real rapidly. But I mean, the actual murderer is the chief of police. The demon, Damon Gann. Age 65, apparently. Alright, it's definitely this guy. Take that! Damon Grant. The defense calls Damon Grant to the stand. Call the local necromancer to bring in Goodman as a witness. I mean, we know magic is real in this universe, so why not? Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this? Huh? Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal? Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. What? Oh my god. Okay. This system was definitely written by, like, the people in power to make sure they never have to go to trial for anything ever. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. With the forgery? Is that where Drake, or Dark, I don't know why you keep calling him Drake. Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything's pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. And I better hit him hard and fast. Zone 9 incident. Okay. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Oh, press E. I thought it was E, it's Q. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. It's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? Wait. I just had a weird thought. Didn't it require a police or a detective's badge to get into his office? Maybe that's something they added after the Dark incident. Maybe they mentioned that. I don't remember now. I just realized that you need a card to get into that office. So unless that guy also stole someone's security card, he shouldn't have been able to get in there? I don't know. Maybe that was something that was added after the fact or something. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. I don't remember hearing it was changed. Yeah, I don't remember hearing that either, but maybe it was something I missed if we went through too quickly. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you'd say. I guess you could say. He got lucky. Was this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Wow, that is messed up. It's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. That can't possibly be true. This photo is either wrong or he's actively lying to us. Dark was lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known her sister had done what her sister had done. Huh? Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already been taken by the time you had arrived at your office? Oh, the forgery had already taken... I guess they mean the evidence manipulation? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. Huh? If you're going to stare at anything, you better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Well, we can link Gant to the incident, as I recall. Long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. My office in Lana. Range of the crime scene. So... wasn't this found in Chief Gant's safe evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. So there was this, which ties into his to this guy's jacket that has the handprint apparently of her pushing him, I'm guessing, on the back. If Gant has a hold of that, that means he was directly tied into the arranged scene. This was the other thing that we found was Gant was this cover up right here. Mac died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. This is another weird thing. The knife tip in the wound thing. That was also another piece of evidence we got somewhere, I think. Or maybe not. I guess I don't have that piece of evidence anymore. But the knife tip in the wound thing, we proved that was not the case. Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood. So we have multiple things here that prove that he had something to do with this. I just don't know when I need to present these. And see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Okay, I'm gonna start with presenting this. If this doesn't work, we'll go to this broken, unstable jar. And if that doesn't work, then we can always go back to this list of evidence. But okay, I'm gonna start with this. If it really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, G. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Okay, out of context, that sounds a little weird. Alright, so we have to make it relevant to this case. What do we have that's relevant to this case right now? Oh, it's got to be the ID card reader. Because that's directly relevant to this case. Because that has something to do directly with this. So it's got to be that, right? That his ID card number was on there at the same time that it's believed that Goodman was killed. Edgeworth brought back to this office by Gant's request. The crime scene wrapped in its muffler, small tag attached. Just trying to think if we've got anything else that has him. Because other than that, like this doesn't have technically, I don't think, anything to do with that. This particular case. Viewed from the security camera placed in the evidence room, but a handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. I think we used that during the other part of the trial. Or no, because this was in the evidence room. That couldn't have been a handprint from Goodman or from Marshall. So that's got to be. This might be more relevant right now. On the surface in blood. So yeah, it's got to be from puncture heart and lung. So it's got to be this then. It's the only thing that has anything to do with this case and links to the chief. I just don't know when I need to present that. Story short, we slipped. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So they're talking about the forgery. I need to enter the room. Maybe because we're still trying to prove that Lana Skye didn't murder Detective Goodman. And the only evidence we have of that is this relating to him. I'm going to try presenting this and seeing what happens. If this doesn't work, we'll try something else. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's test statement? I'm not sure I follow. It's clearly or contradicts the I thought lurking. All right. It sounds very confident, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled. No, I wasn't in it. The judge had nothing to do with the forgery. Arranged the crime scene. My office and found Lana there. Story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Recall Neil and I were questioning him that day. Okay, so it's not. Hour and a half of 4 p.m. If it's not that, I'm not sure what else we have that relates to him directly. But I mean, this ties him to him, but again, this doesn't have anything to do with our current case. And then this ties it to him, but that also doesn't have anything to do with the current case. What about the awards ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil? Unless it has something to do with this. Which ties into Lana. Misguise explains 2 rules of evidence law. I don't think we need to use this yet. I think we're gonna need to use it here soon, though. Okay, maybe we can do... Nothing to do with the forgery. Maybe we can do this? List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Let's try this and see what happens. Claim that you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Huh? Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence discovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh? Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why do I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Huh? Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? If his salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Evidence and forgery. Okay. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Okay, well, first of all, the list of evidence has to be directly tied in. We know that for a fact. Now, you can argue that the piece of the vase was found afterward, but the list is the list of evidence found at the crime scene that matches 1-to-1 with each other from one incident. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, T, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, LG. In return, though, I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys telepathic? They really want to go swimming with each other, alright? That's all there is to it. Or he's gonna actively take him to heck and torture him for, like, a year, but it's only, like, an hour our time. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. if concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Drake was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? Huh? The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Huh? Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of SL9 has secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho. Oh, that's a good one, huh? Do you really think that I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. It's out in the open now. Ajit, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? No. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. It's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? What? Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, it has to be Lana. That was the only person there. Most of these other people weren't even in the building at the time. Take that! Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? Huh? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He'd be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that Despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. What is with this judge? Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. You motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. They accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? Impossible. Huh? Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. Huh? There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. It's you two versus the demon, you guys. You gotta work together. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer in the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. I can, if you'd like me to, sure. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and if it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Ooh, this is gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna go with... I think this is where the ID card reader comes in. I'm gonna try the ID card reader first. We'll see, we'll go from there. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the ownership of. Or the owner of yesterday. All 7s. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The Safe and Cheese Grant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was all 7s. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about this use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. I'm back. Welcome back, Eka. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, so I do as I do with the evidence room. Splash him with holy water? Oh god, I wish. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Ooh, that's a good one. Parking in the prosecutor's office lot. The loss of blood. I think it's this. I think it's this. No, no. Oh, my God. I thought it presented that. That's not what I wanted to present. All right. Even the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Wait, what is this one? Oh, it's just that. Okay. After automated can only be submitted to the chief of police. It might be this. Brought back to his office by Gant's request. Different security camera placed in the evidence room. Right, killing solved. Okay, it might be. It's going to be one of two things. It's got to be either this, Goodman's lost item report. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police, implying Goodman was going to hand it in, but the fact it's half-written means he might not have finished it and had a chance to turn it in. The other thing it could be is this. If Goodman was going to be at the event that no seems likely, especially if it's signed off on. I don't think it is the problem. Name, Goodman, item lost, status report. Yeah, there's no status report on it. Yeah, it's half written, which I think is the thing that's throwing it off. Is that it was only half written, but it wasn't turned in, I think. I think what it's going to turn out to be, I think this is a red herring to throw things off. I think it's this. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed. Because I think Gant would have been at the event where Edgeworth was given this trophy, meaning they would have been in the same room together. It's either this or it's got to be this. It's one of the two. Nothing else makes any amount of sense. Unless we can prove somehow like the blood on this shoe is Gant's, but I don't think that's where they're going with this. Okay, that's just the picture of the room. All right, so it's one or the other, right? I'm gonna start with this trophy, and if it's not the trophy, then we'll do the missing item report. This module has just enough error in it that it could be either, even with it saying that it's only half written. I'm gonna go with this and try this. But there's got to be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Gilman had to go to see Chief Gant. Sorry to interrupt your mumblings, but the court is waiting. Okay, it has to be the other thing then. Oops. Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. So proof that the victim went to meet Chief Grant on the day of the crime. It's got to be this then. If it's not that trophy to show that he was at the ceremony for Edgeworth, then it's got to be this. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to given that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it, how do you know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. It's true, because Detective Goodman's ID card wasn't on there until later. Hang on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have objection. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you somehow used your ID card earlier. That you showed you used your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Oh my... Okay, he's a demon. He's 100% not naturally occurring. Chief Gant, you didn't... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. Objection! You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. It's gotta be the screwdriver? How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. It's gotta be the screwdriver, right? Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. If it's not this, I'm not sure. We'll have to do some more thinking, because this seems like the obvious one to me. Take that! This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by the car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? Wait, what? Edgeworth has amnesia? No, I mean, he doesn't know about... Apparently, he drove all the way over there with his trunk broken somehow. I don't know how he pulled that part off. Or maybe she broke it trying to get the body out. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about that, but... We know his trunk was broken, and the body was in the back of it. She pulled out the knife that was used to stab him, and replaced it with a knife she found in the back of Edgeworth's car. Not amnesia and nose... Wait, was it? Oh, are you talking about the blood thing where you get sick around blood? Oh, can't smell. Oh. Well, I mean, it's only an hour old, so, and it was in the trunk, so he might not have been able to smell it. It kind of depends on the car. Some cars have access to the trunk from inside the car, some don't. So it might be one of those ones where the trunk is like sealed off pretty solid, so he might not have smelled that. Especially with that weird car carrier thing. Because if he drops his car off and he gets out of the way so it can be, like, pulled up into the parking garage, it wouldn't even be close to him when he's getting out of the car, per se. But yeah, it's only been, like, an hour or less, so the body wouldn't have started to smell just yet. There's one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. I guess it's anosmia? Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up, My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? It's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. Huh? I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? Present evidence? I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I have such evidence. And please hurry up and present it. Just remember, I better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Ooh, that's a big request. Probably the parking. The parking stub definitely is what did it, right? I'm guessing. Well, okay, it can be kind of two things. It might be the autopsy report saying he died around 4 p.m., which is the same time that he checked into, around the same time he checked into the, evidence room with the chief here. Or it could be this, found at the crime scene wrapped in a small tag attached, because this was inside of Goodman's locker. So if this was the weapon used to murder Goodman, someone had to have been with Goodman at the time that he opened his locker. Which means the only person who could have been with him when he opened his locker was the chief. Which we proved canonically, definitely, that he was in the room with Goodman when he let him in to the evidence room. The other thing it could be is this handprint. Found on a bloody handprint of Marshall's own locker. The print has been wiped away. So this might also be... This might be his handprint. Well, no, because I think this one had Marshall's finger... Oh, it's Marshall's fingerprints. Okay, never mind. I thought this was the one that had, like, the glove. But this isn't it. This is the one that actually had the fingerprints on it. Alright, so it's got to be one of these other two, then. Undetected print can unlock it. Okay, yeah, so it's got to be... So it's either going to be this knife, or it's going to be the autopsy report. Those are the only two things I have. Otherwise, everything else, unless it's her phone, but they won't let us check the phone record for some reason. That wasn't an option. So I'm guessing it's going to be either the autopsy report or this knife. I'm going to go, I think, with this knife. I'm going to try the knife, and if it's not the knife, I'll do the autopsy report. So, or what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's even enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch. Nope, I guess this wasn't it. All right. Guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me just a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have concrete proof for that evidence? Can't let him get off with this one. Have to keep pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I have such evidence. Please hurry up. Okay. It's got to be the autopsy report then. Otherwise, there's nothing else I've got that ties him directly to this case. Murder weapon, usually Edgeworth's toolbox. Trashes the victim's blood, no prints. Parking in the prosecutor's office. Cell 9. Cell phone was the recording about the muffler thing. A lot with Edgeworth's car wouldn't have proved anything. This proved that she wasn't wearing the necklace, or the muffler. Goodman and Lana Skye. The crime scene. ID record. Half-written documents dated to 2/21. Detective at the PD. Tagged evidence from the SL9. It's extremely thin rubber glove. Out to the Dro Dark killing solved 2 years ago. And the back. Evidence list. Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. Okay, so it's gotta be... Blood. 1 knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So it's gotta be this? There's literally nothing else it could be that would tie them together, unless this is gonna turn out to be one of those completely wacky things that this module likes to throw at me sometimes. Or it's something stupid like, evidence law books proves that this thing is true, or something stupid. But outside of that, it's gotta be the autopsy report. That's the only thing I can think of. Let's try the autopsy report. So what does the leather handprint say? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough, it's the same thing. Okay. Okay. Got the evidence. Okay, so it wasn't that. Well, in the handprint it says, found in Chief Gant's safe, evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. So this is the leather vest that he was wearing when he was shoved by Emma Skye. I don't know what else it could have been then. Unless there's something else I'm misunderstanding about this. A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. That's it. I don't know. Because, I mean, if this was the weapon he used to kill him initially... I mean... I don't know what else it could be. I mean, I wish it was this, because that would make some amount of sense, but maybe that's it. This case has so much evidence it's hard to narrow down anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this would prove anything, though. I really do not want to die here. Because the autopsy report proves that he would have died around after 4, which is when they went into the evidence room. This knife being used on the body indicates that whoever killed him was in the room. That the evidence Lana would want to hide, but Damon hid it instead. That's the evidence Lana would want to hide, but Damon hid it instead. Yeah, but that doesn't prove... They want proof that the murder was done by the chief. I don't know why this... I don't think this would prove that. It gives a further explanation on, like, him blackmailing Lana, but it's not evidence that he actively did the murder on Goodman. That's what I'm not sure about. I'm not sure what we need here that proves that he did the stabbing. The only thing I can think of is maybe we can use her phone and we can look at the police or the call records and see that he called her after the murder. Because they did mention that he called Lana to set up the coming to get the body. Or picking up the body in the prosecution parking lot. I think this is going to need a reload, probably. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. This has a lot of interesting notes on it too. Because he must not have been dead when he was put in the trunk, and he wrote this while he was in the trunk? I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what all this is used for. Let me see something. Can I look at the blood? No, I guess I can't. Nope. I was thinking maybe I could look at the blood on the end of the blade and that would tell me that it was Goodman's or something, but no, the only thing I can check this in is on this, which just tells us it's part of the SL9 incident. That doesn't help anything, I don't think. But written on the small tag attached to the knife. It's a weapon used in the incident 2 years ago and has known many victims. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, it's not gonna be something stupid like I have to use luminol on his hands, and that causes him to reveal that he has blood on his hands, is it? Because I can present this in court, but that doesn't make any sense. That's almost stupid enough to be what this module wants from me, actually. It's almost stupid enough. They're going to be on a shadow of a doubt. I don't know. I don't know what it could be. If it's not the knife that was used to kill Detective Goodman, and it's not the autopsy report saying that he was killed after 4 p.m. when he was with the chief, unless Goodman and Lana Scott, unless there's actually, unless the chief's blood is on this, it's the Blue Badger. I mean, I have no reason to think that. We already used him as a piece of evidence for something else. Yeah, I can't even, like, examine it. I can't imagine how this would prove anything. I guess we can try this. Well, I presented evidence earlier, but they told me that it doesn't count because it has nothing to do with the current case. Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Unless maybe it was the blood on the floor in the video? I don't think it's gonna be this. Unless it's gonna be one of those things where, like, this proves that Goodman was with the detective, and that's how he got a hold of the knife. Like, we're skipping the step of we needed the fingerprints to open this door, and then this is gonna prove that he's actually in there? I really have no idea. I guess I could save and try a few different things. I was really trying not to, like, save scum this. Oh, can I not? Oh, I guess I can't. I can't even save, so we're gonna have to reload. I have no idea. Working an indicator lamp lights up when it opens. I don't know. Maybe this is it. Maybe the fact that Goodman's locker was already open means that Goodman and Gant both had to be there at the same time, and the murder had already taken place, so Gant had to have been with Goodman? God, we have so many pieces of evidence to tie him to this, but I can't. I just need to know which one they want. I really don't know. So none of this does. We tried this one. That didn't work. This maybe in a really stretched kind of way. Same with this one. This has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Didn't work. Nothing. 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 At least nothing I can think of for that one. Maybe. Nothing, nothing, none of these, maybe, and then not this one. The only thing I can think of, I don't know. I really don't know. I guess. I'm halfway tempted to do the luminol to see if we can actually just spray it on. To find blood on his gloves or something. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna probably lose. I don't know. I'll try the luminol. So, proof. Okay, so this didn't work. Okay, so that didn't work. Oh, no, wait. No, option. Give me the option. Okay, there we go. Alright, hold on. Okay, this one. Sucks, but we can go through this pretty quick. I really don't like save scumming, because it feels like we're kind of undermining the tension a bit. Come on. So much talking. Alright. I just have to remember what we need to present in each section. Okay, we gotta do Chief Gant, then Emma Skye, or Alana Skye. Okay. I come to bring out the real murder. Okay, Gant. We call Gant. Gant comes up and he gives us a bunch of problems. I'm on. I know, you gotta show all your weird emotions and this weird time. remember if I have to... So 9 incident. I'm on. Yep. Show the pictures that are completely inaccurate, I know. Dead. Murdered by a 14-year-old by accident. Okay. Oh, okay, wait. I have to press each of these just in case. Crime scene, yeah. Okay, then... I think I need to present... I should probably actually save here. Save myself the heartbreak of not remembering. Okay. Then I believe we needed to present the... I think we need to present this. Claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. And that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Evidence you found in your office. Take this list, for example. Discovered in your desk. Not only that, piece of the vase. Okay, that works. Deep camp. Right. Evidence of forgery. Come on. Forgery. Okay, this one I think we just have to question him about, I think the last one. Okay, evidence. Okay, let's run through these real quick, come on. Okay, what do you mean I can't prove when? When evidence was discovered, right? Send the fragmented jar. Talk about true things, not possibilities. Design preserving forgery. Look at me in the eyes and say that. Well, it wouldn't help me out in any way. Okay. Released. Oh, that was gonna happen anyway, right? Okay. Play with your hair for a minute because you're an idiot or whatever. Or a demon. I don't know, whatever. Okay, now he's gonna change his testimony. Then his accomplice. It's a lot of laughing. Very loud laughing. Point out accomplice. And Emma, or Lana Sky. Oh my god, if it turned out it was Emma was behind all this from the beginning, that would be amazing, actually. That would actually be the best twist, that she's actually a criminal mastermind who's gotten away with all the serial killings and then pinned it on Joe Dark. In his demon form, he's bald, that's why he's so fond of playing with his hair. Maybe that's what it is. He's like, oh, this having hair is so much fun. In my demon form, I have no body hair. But wouldn't it be a problem from all this? He would be able to... Wow, the judge, though. Do something. Come on, that I've done such a thing. Any proof that amounts to nothing more than a conjecture. Unless there's also what happened in this incident. Well, okay. Okay. The chief gang is involved in the murder, rejecting him, but not only that, the chief is making an involvement. What? This to the highest ranking, and murder. This is not possible. That's right, we're in this together. We have to play this to the hilt. That the chief high ranking is all in this murder. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, he's just a man. Question is a criminal. I believe the evidence will tell. See, all right, then let's see what Mr. Wright's good, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Okay, this one was, I believe. Oh, I can't go back. The ID card reader, I think. Okay, I can save in the middle of this. I think we're on the right trail. I'm just gonna override this one again because there's no reason to go back. Like, more than I need to. This is the craziest series of accusations. The fact that he was able to get away with this in an area that had multiple security cameras and someone who was supposed to be actively watching those security cameras who actively doesn't like him is sort of insane. Of course not, why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Okay. Yes, I have proof that they were hanging out. It is Goodman's lost item report. No. Present this. File the lost item report. Oh, okay. Wait, Goodman. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say. Okay, we're good. We are doing this quick, but we're still okay. We're gonna need all the guesses we can get at this. I'm the chief of police. Yes. Because it would have been found on his body. No, definitely a demon. Come on. Okay, very close, I think, to where we were at. Maybe it is the cell phone. The victim's body was discovered at the prosecutors. this time I thought it was just a clue. Okay, then this is the screwdriver. Screwdriver. Okay, okay. Ah, he didn't realize. He didn't realize. I think it's cell phone? Okay, we'll have to try the demon powers. Yeah, but we'll try the cell phone this time and see if that's what it is. Even though they have not mentioned at all about a call record on that phone, I don't think. Now, they showed it in the recreation cutscene earlier again. Yeah, that's got to be what it is. Okay, so that went through. I need to save. I don't want to have to do this again if we have to go through this in like the every possible different item sort of way. The blunt force trauma sort of way. Alright, order, I think the photograph is Star took the prosecutor's office. It was her taking the body out, not putting it in. And something going to make it time for early bird special. Okay, here we go. But combination of belief, right? Weapons, like I can walk away whenever I want. I don't have to testify. I don't want to. I'm the chief of police. Run away. Don't make me laugh. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying. But if evidence, well, I had Lana dispose of the body. If so, then you show proof and go on. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Okay. Okay. Wait. I can get another save in right before we do this, and we should be. This should be the best spot for this. All right. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any proof? Proof. I present the evidence. Okay, let's try the cell phone and see what happens. Okay. Cell phone. So, or what exactly is this evidence? Proof. Oh, okay, it wasn't the cell phone. We tried the cell phone. Hold on. I might as well just load back. Till we get past this, I'm not going to continue trying. Okay, so things we know it's not. Okay, so we know it's not the autopsy report. We know it's not the phone. We know it's not the murder weapon. I think we tried this and it wasn't this piece of cloth. Oh, all it shows me is the picture on the back. It doesn't actually show me the list. I mean, could it be the list? Because this is Marshall's fingerprints, so that wouldn't make any sense. Emma is written in blood on the surface, but we've determined that that already doesn't have anything to do. That's not real evidence because it kind of been seized illegally or whatever. Maybe it is this. Maybe it is the evidence locker. Take that! So, nope, not the evidence locker. Huh. I thought maybe that proved he had to be in the room with Goodman at the time, because otherwise the locker wouldn't be openable. Maybe the correct answer is I don't have proof, but that has never been the case once so far in this whole module. And I can't imagine now is going to be the time when they start that. Maybe the note? I mean, the note was found in the trunk. Maybe he's saying it has something to do with the SL9 incident? But again, that feels like conjecture more than hard evidence that he was directly involved. We know it's not the knife. We know it's not the luminol. Some fingerprints. I mean, maybe it is the shoe. I mean, we use it as evidence once, but there's no reason we couldn't use it as evidence again. Unless... maybe it... no, I don't know how it could be this, though. That doesn't make any sense. I straight up, I don't know. I don't know what else it could possibly be that makes any amount of sense. No prints. Picture doesn't make any sense. I mean, the shoe doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, I don't know. Ika, I don't know if you can. Do you want to look this one up, or should I look it up? Are you busy, Ika? Because this has got to be... If it's not any of the ones that seem logically correct, that means it's got to be something completely insane. Like, it's going to turn out it's like the... I don't know... The evidence from the SL9 incident or something, and it's not going to make any amount of sense. And it would not be the first time this module's done that to us. I'm cooking at the moment. Yeah, give me a second. Okay, that's fine. I'll look it up then. So what is this? Chapter 5. Hold on. Chapter 5. Phoenix. Not the Phoenix Wright. Wright, Ace Trilogy. Oops. Trilogy. I guess walkthrough would probably be fine. Let's see. Let's see. Wait. Walkthrough. I think this is episode 5, right? Ladder, investigation, trial, final day. Ladder, ladder 2. I think ladder? Yeah, okay, yeah. Wait. Cannot show evidence. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Where's on a statement? Oh, okay. This must be... Okay, that's part 2. Okay, wait. Remembering the case scene would help me in any way. It wouldn't be when it's accomplice. Point out... okay. Choose Lana Sky. ID card record. Goodman. Screwdriver. Oh! Yeah, it's supposed to be choose I have no proof. And then apparently it's going to ask me to do something else with Lana. Okay, apparently, yeah. The correct answer is I do not have proof. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well. Okay. Huh. That's the first time they've ever done that. Okay. I guess not. How odd. All right. They've never had us do that before. No use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Objection! Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gann has involved his right to refuse testimony. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the only one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls forth. Ah, okay, so this is when we talk to Lana Sky. Alright, so that's what it was. We were literally supposed to, for the first time ever, say we did not have the evidence. Despite having tons of evidence tying him directly to the murder, but... Oh, I have no proof. Yeah, thank you, Ika. Yeah. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objection, Your Honor. This is so insane. Very well, the court will now take to its final recess for the day. 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. Talking to Lana? I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Huh? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Huh? This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about? Alright then. Got a lunch date to meet. So he can just threaten a witness in the court and no one's gonna do anything? Alright. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. He literally just threatened a witness in the middle of a trial in front of everybody and no one cares? Alright. I mean, this is the same court system that I guess I was actively tased by the prosecuting attorney in one of our trials in front of a camera and no one cares. So, yeah, I guess whatever. February 25th, 2004 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the module. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, huh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? Ha ha ha. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks that can be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. The chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Oh, you've returned for some reason. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the galley. So she heard everything that's been going on? Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You knew. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her? What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. It's a weird way to describe that, but I get what he means. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. I just had a really weird thought. I'm sure someone's already doing this, but is there anything stopping you from going back to these silent modules like this and just using like AI voices to voice these? It had to be super easy to do, right? Since, I mean, the script is like written out. And obviously the voices aren't going to be great, but the AI voice working is usually decent. Could I go back and just straight up like put AI voice to all this? That just popped into my head. Someone's already doing that. I know they have to be, but if not, I guess I'm calling it. Calling AI voice work to go back and redo non-narrated audio stuff like this. Could you imagine all of Final Fantasy VII, the original one, voiced by AI? That would be weird, right? Like, I've never even played Final Fantasy VII. I've seen modders use AI voices to mod in new lines and new things. Okay, yeah, okay, so someone's already doing that. Okay. Like, I know there's no way I invented that, so. At least them starting to. Yeah, alright. Someone else thought of that first. I figured they had to have been. Alright. The only thing I ever invented first was a 3D printer. I thought of that idea in, like, the 4th grade, but I never thought it would actually work, because my thought process was, well, why would anybody want to 3D print stuff? That's kind of weird, but what do I know? Apparently that's the way of the future. But whatever. To force himself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. All because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. You want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. What? No, blame the serial killer. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back in time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. Huh? I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Save your progress? I sure do. Man, this trial has been an absolute nightmare. I'm just gonna override this one. Can't believe for the first time ever, the correct answer was no evidence. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor? I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Okay. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication, alright. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. What? Are you sure about this testimony, Your Honor? I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like this, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself, I guess. We're kind of all in on this. Events may now begin its cross-examination. Gant and the fabrication. Okay. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. It must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodley. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I can present it in court. There is a camera in the visitation room that is actively says, Rotato, yeah, She did the rotato thing again. That actively says, Wave, you're on camera. They're actively recording what's going on in that room. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence of the 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The Broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. That's completely impossible. We've proven that. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Huh? The reality is it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasy's all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. It's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Drake's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. That's a new one. Okay. Planted the tip of Drake's knife in the victim's body, and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. Huh? My head isn't that bad, but maybe I'd ask for the sake of the others? Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deducted it was, by the Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered during that event threatened my plan. My motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay, I worked alongside Gant for years. With this blackmail theory, I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Okay, we know that's not totally true. Because we have this. What about this? Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's test statement? I'm not sure I follow. It's clearly... What? Huh? This is a direct contradiction to this right here. This is a one-to-one contradiction. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. We have literal, physical proof that is not the case. What? Okay. I broke off the tip of Drake's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Okay. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Okay. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. You're so desperate to hide that fact. You're willing to risk me a death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. Any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to an end. My sister fabricated evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. She's lying. She's gonna be a sign of a contradiction. Well, Gant for years. We know that's true. No truth to this blackmail theory. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. She's rotating. Yeah. Basically, anytime she seems to not be able to keep a straight face, she rotates away from the camera to hide it. Huh. To this blackmail theory. Sentence death. Jones, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witness Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigator Damon Gant, Lana Skye, Bruce Goodman. Investigator Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I mean, we've proven that's not true. We have direct evidence that proves that's not true. Because that evidence was found inside of Gant's safe. So we know Gant knew about it. He had to have known about it. Broke off the tip of Drake's knife, planted inside the wound, then moved the body. Maybe... Broke off the tip of Drake's knife. Wait. Maybe it was... But Emma already showed it as being blunted in the evidence photo, right? Because this shows it already being blunted. So that can't be true? Some evidence in SL9 is half of this list was found at Gant's desk. Is that maybe what it is? Man, I did not expect this to become the hard part. Okay, save. It's gonna overwrite this one, I guess, now. Ladder 2. Okay. Maybe this? The witness statement is clearly falsified, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. I have to penalize you. Okay. Luckily, the load times are super fast. Wait, what? Oh, I put it in this one. I was like, oh my god, what just happened? But no, we're fine. Jason, I planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Piece of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. My motivation was to get Drake convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I mean, maybe the knife? Did we try the knife? No, it wasn't the knife. Okay, we've pressed her about all of this now, so it's not one of those. Look at the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. There's blackmail theory. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I'm trying to think. What other evidence do I have to prove that's not true? So this didn't count, even though this is literally the opposite of what she just said. This is concrete proof that she was not working alone. I broke off the tip of Drake's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Piece of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. Oh, I didn't ask about this. Okay. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that. Must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Is it that the shouldn't get okay, so wait, was it the... Yeah, so it's got to be that the jar broke... Right on the chief against safe. Emma written. Okay, so it's got to be this. This guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that's true, if that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Yeah, it's got to be, I guess it was this jar. A contradiction in my testimony? Specified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly. So, and this is where the contradiction lies. Huh? In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Huh? He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Well, he could have. It would have just taken really long and been really hard to do. Order, Your Honor. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. Okay. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer? That's why she tried to erase the real evidence? Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. Certainly looks as feasible as the defense's case, but not as feasible as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. You really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. I mean, she's not wrong. The lights were out. You didn't know so you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar. No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Wow, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. So when it happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. Huh? What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me? Sure you do. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. That's... okay, whatever. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Why? So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. So sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. Huh? I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. It's one final possibility that might turn everything around. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Well, except that you didn't? A fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written off the server. I mean, do I present it twice? Because it even says it was found in Chief Gant's safe. Another contradiction that Chief Gant didn't have anything to do with this. We've got at least two pieces of evidence that prove Chief Gant knew what was going on. So I'm sure I got them all. Hold on. I mean, I don't need to wipe away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. The thing about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Why? So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes. Okay, after we got to the bottom of this incident. In her testimony, your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you doing this the right way, huh? I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. One final possibility that might turn everything around. There is. Okay, Amonis knows the blood traces on the jar. Jar again, I think? Yeah, I mean, it seems like when it was dark in the room, to be safe, I wiped away the blood. It was large, so I'm sure I got them all. I think it is the jar again. This guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. It may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Objection! Yes, please, object to that nonsense. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Bonk the judge, 100%. I hope you're not implying that person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Huh? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? No. Apparently they didn't feel like animate the judge yelling. They just had him shake his head derisively. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Oh, dang. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Yeah. Judge explosion? If they animated it, would have been a cool judge explosion, but they didn't. It sucks. I guess you do seem to the type who likes to twist the truth. What? We're the only ones spitting complete honesty up here. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of the Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right up after all. Huh? What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Really? Are we sure? Actual crime scene this time, huh? When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. Before Wright and Edgeworth go, well, guess Emma did kill him. Yeah. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. So, see, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. You mean that... I tried to find that evidence right away, and the module said no to me. Not yet, young one. You must wait until the time is most dramatic. Oh, now we get to go through the book. How freaking convenient. Evidence Law by Payo. I like the Payo bird. Well, would you look at that? Here's a bonk for you to the module. Thank you, Ika. Thank you for defending my honor. Here, there's a picture here. Hey, there's a picture here. Wait. Well, here's where I guess the handprint from Emma was cut off. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. I contacted Criminals Affairs only after I had arranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Took it from case 2 years ago. Yes, Mr. Wright. That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints those are must be the real murderer? What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of honor. Whoop, hold it. Oh, Gant has returned again. He's back from lunch. Even close up, I still can't see eye slits on that helmet. I guess it's possible the cover is completely covering the eye slit. I don't think that I've seen that completely do that. No, that's a bad idea. It's just some basic art. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Objection! I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Huh? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you truly try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? I'm gonna save. Saving. Yes. We're definitely doing Explosion 2. Yeah, easily Explosion 2. The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. What happens if I say cannot show evidence, Your Honor? I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Technically, Damon could have cut that slip of leather, pressed Emma's hand to it while she was unconscious, then framed her that way. It's true. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice something odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. I mean, you had this in your safe? What? That means the chief of police have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Huh? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I guess that was the right call? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. But I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. Then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Skye. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging that evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's that to say that you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too? Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. Huh? What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Grant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it to them before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I show the evidence now? I don't know. I guess. Alright, I guess we'll show the evidence now and see what happens. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, then let's see the conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Want me to check? I mean, we saved right before this, so we should be okay. I saved right before the previous do or do not show the evidence thing. I guess. Do I have something else to present, though? Huh. I guess it's gotta be this. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut off this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. At least you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. I guess so. Oh, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Or why would that be? You mean he already knew? You knew whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma Skye, I guess? I don't know. I'm gonna go with Emma Skye. I feel like we're telling the truth now. Take that! Emma Skye? What? They're mine? It's the rookie cop. That would be amazing. I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. The tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster. Miss Skye? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. Huh? You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. What? I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Huh? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Huh? Mr. Wright? This piece of cloth? What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth? It's got to be this picture, right? Wait. It's got to be this picture, though. Right? I don't know what else. Can you suddenly re-examine the leather? No. There's a handprint, right? Yeah. Someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically, huh? The more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. Wait, check the cut from the murder pic and compare it to this? Oh yeah, this is at like a right angle. So it's... yeah, where would that right angle be on this? That can't be from that vest, right? Because this is a right angle here. Yeah, this piece of leather can't be from that vest. Can it? That doesn't look... the right angle would have had to come from the left side. It was cut there, so this is the back of it? Oh, okay, I think I get what you're saying. I think? Hold on. Unless it turns out the devs didn't think about that. I mean, or they actively don't want that to be the case, even if it is technically true. Well, if it bends out... contradicts this cloth. I don't know. Like, this cloth doesn't look anything like that cutout. The cutout is much more rounded than this cloth piece is. Like, this piece has two right angles on it. It doesn't really make any sense. That's my theory. So you think the thing that contradicts the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth? So you're thinking it's this? It's the photo? The crime scene photo? Is the murder picture. Alright, well, we can try it. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... wait. There's no blood on it. Okay, I guess that's what they're going with, that there's no blood on this piece of cloth. Sure. Why not? Of all the things. Alright, sure. There's no blood on it. Zemeskai's fingerprints are on this cloth. There's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? picked up the unconscious prosecutor, impaled him on the armor sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they had broken on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? For the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Objection. Okay, who's this one? He. He. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Huh? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Sad hair? Yeah. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Yes? I really wish he would tell us I really wish he would at least tell us what's going on. No? Okay. I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So that evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Udgy. Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct is not in violation of the law, then do so. I mean, it's got to be the big book of evidence law, yes? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. It's got to be this book, right? I don't know what else it could be. Take that! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma's guy's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I find this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but you can recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. No. Wow. I think I just summoned a demon, by the way. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. Clapping explosion? That good for nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Demon form? Maybe. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. Sends me to jail, right? I sentence you to heck. Yeah, he just summons him, and then he has to go through some kind of heck trial. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please open the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall. And be completely fine if that is where this module turned to next." That would be awesome. Yeah, I'd be okay with that too. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. You put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Skies involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove? Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. That evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. Huh? One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to get it to go it alone. Huh? Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Okay. I'm sorry too, Damon Gantz. I know, because I'm a demon, Edgeworth. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Wow, he almost got away with double murder. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. Huh? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, she's actually smiling for the first time. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky? And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Hmm? You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar! I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. No more rotatos for her? Apparently not. Her soul is clean. She's come clean, everybody. She's got nothing else to hide. It seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Nothing else to rotate on? Well, she only rotates when she's lying, so why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of those heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. I love they throwing confetti in the courtroom. That is all. This court is adjourned. Dang, what a trial. February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. That's a change. She just said Mia before. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Done well. The chains of rotation. The chains of rotation. God, what is, it sounds like a weird... It sounds like a bad steampunk romance novel. And it turns out it's like the chains of rotation of the heart or something. You know what I mean? Like, the chains of rotation. And it turns out it's like the rotations of the device keeping his heart pumping or something like that. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? If this is his new bit, I'm kind of okay with it. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? On top of it all, if you call me here, I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Hello. It is I, Grand General Head Prosecutor Lana Skye. I still love she wears that weird general's outfit. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Still, it just looks like a general's outfit. I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. Ex-rotator Lana Skye. Ex-rotator general Lana Skye was held in court today as being an accomplice to multiple murders accomplished by head of the police department, Damon Grant. Damon is taking is pleading insanity due to carotization due to the unique pigment of his skin caused by eating nothing but carrots every day, all day long, for hours at a time. Also, it was noted that he says he's definitely not a demon and shouldn't be counted as one. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Damon's food allergies documentation or whatever it's called. When he goes to jail, we'll just say holy water. He can't ingest blessed liquids or anything served on a fully silver platter. No silver and no blessed liquids of any kind, please. Someone smuggles him in a silver spoon and he ends up burning his lips off. Throws it outside. You jerks, you know I can't handle silver. That would be... yeah. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. Now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Oh, Emma, my dear Emma. The war has been tough, but I've been strong. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. I'm happy you're going to jail, sis. I'm happy the burden is released and a new burden of prison time is being added on to you. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Someone's a grumpy puss. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Huh? We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. Huh? No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Only believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. The Edge, yeah. He could just quit and join up with us, and we become the dynamic duo of like weird like defense attorneys. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Grant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. Huh? We're both the best of the best when it comes to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. Huh? You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Huh? You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? What? Why? Why do you keep giving me these? I'm terrible at this. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. This, I think? Or is it evidence law? It's probably this, right? Because we had to work together to get this to work, this be legal in court. Luminol? The luminol? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Luminol? Maybe. It was only working together. What did we do working together? I mean, technically, yeah, technically you're right. I guess find, like, the murder? Or maybe the SL9 incident? Been able to find on our own. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Is solve the SL9 incident? Or list of evidence in SL9 is half this was found. I mean, technically we both had half of this, right? He had one half and I had the other? Is it literal? Is it literally this? I mean, technically both of us had half of this. It's got to be what it is. It's either this or it's literally the SL9 incident file, like, completely. I'm gonna go with the evidence list. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth? If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. That's former Chief Prosecutor? Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? A little smile in there. But what I face now is my problem. Former Rotator Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. What is it? Dishonorably discharged General former Rotator Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. That's her official name and title and rank. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. RR Kid, welcome. I like the transformation of Edgeworth's character. Yeah, it's been really interesting to see. He's definitely had the most arc of, I think, everyone we've dealt with so far. But how you doing, RR Kid? You having a good day, hopefully? We have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific Investigation Kitty book. Okay. Scientific Investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. I like the transformation of Lana from rotating to not rotating. Yeah, that's fair. We really appreciated Alana's issue with every time she'd start lying, she'd start rotating away from the camera. Rotato Locato here was quite fun, actually. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith that they'll keep on hugging. And every time they hug, fog will befall the room, making it extra, extra weepy. Faith that their lives have only just begun. I have faith that they're not going to both die spontaneously for no reason. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. What? What does that mean? Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. I'd forgotten about that from when I played. Oh, yeah, the rotating thing was fantastic. Wright is going to become a monk now? I guess so? Maybe he's gonna go join up with Maya and become also a monk who sleeps under, or rests under waterfalls or whatever. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. What? I'm not even charging you for this trial. I don't have any money. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. What? Oh my god. Wait, was that what? Was part 2 literally just one giant long case? I arranged for a friend of mine. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Okay. Planning. You, sir, or you person need to be talked to. Design was fine. I'm okay with it. It was a little lazy, but it's fine. Yikes, I thought I was goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Well, that's what you told Edgeworth, and he tried real vigorously. Art, again, art was fine. A little lazy, but fine. I guess more artists. Really, there's 4 artists on this? Animation, come on now. There's barely any animation in this. It's all still images to still images. Like, look at, this is barely anything. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir, then I can just be like that Dick Gumshoe. Graphics. I guess like the menus and stuff for looking at clues? I guess. Nice that they kept the cacti. Yeah, Billy get to stay. It's got to be a little weird that the guard station for the evidence room is full of like cowboy stuff, even though the cowboy guy isn't there anymore, but... Oh no! The blue badger died! Wow, truly the biggest loss of this whole module is that. Programming. It worked fine. I don't think we ran into any bugs, so... 3D graphics for inspection? Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. Rip, yeah. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch, partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah, yeah. Sound. I didn't really hear much of the sound because of the way I do the audio, but seems fine. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes a bit as bitter defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kinda seems to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay. What do we got this time? Localization. I mean, you did fine, Ben. Ben did okay. It's a little weird, but not too... Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. Brandon Gay and... Was that Carey? I forgot what that young defense lawyer said after that trial. Let's see. What was his name again? Mr. Left? Oh my god. Anyways, it has been doing something other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. This judge, though. Mr. Left? Translation. Another translator, really? Okay. Oh, that was Global Solutions, so that was probably a whole team of people. Yeah, it looks like it's a whole team of people. I guess these are probably more international translations? Oh, Maya. Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. I mean, the localization is pretty weird with them doing this Jamaica thing, but that seems to be a bigger decision by someone higher up, probably. Yeah. Well, they probably realized they couldn't make it 100% any one location since the legal system is so insane that it might be seen as an insult. So if they make it in kind of a neutral, non-existent country, that's probably the safest bet, you know? Like in a war movie when the bad guys come from a fictional Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. Hmm? What's going on? Letter of resignation, maybe? Producer. I mean, you did fine. But yeah, it's like when the bad guys are from a fictional country in an action movie. That way you're not really offending anybody. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, we get to look at the book. Is there a picture in the back like there was for the other thing? Yep, there it is. Okay. Her outfit seems very different than the other newbie guy, the other rookie, but all right. Again, this feels more military than it does police, but... Rise from the Ashes. Clear episode 5 of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Well, that was something, eh? Saving content. Please don't turn off your PC. Wait, is that the end? Wait. Oh my god, I guess that's the end. Wait, is it? Oh, end of the first module, yep. But it's a trilogy. There's supposed to be 3. How did it end on episode 5 of the trilogy? Is it the end of the... I guess it's the end of the collection? What? I'm very confused. I didn't think we were that close to the end. I thought we were like halfway through this or something. What? Hold on. Play this. Oh! Oh my god. Okay, so these are separate. Okay, we're not almost done. All right. So that was just Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney we played through. That's what it is. Okay. I thought they were just going to roll them all together and you just kept going. So you started at chapter 1 and you just went through like the 5 chapters for this, 5 chapters for this, and then 5 chapters for this or whatever. I didn't realize that they were going to split these up and I have to start them all separately. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Oh my god. All right. Yep, long way to go. Yeah, I thought I was like, what? That cannot possibly be the case. All right, episode 1. Okay, wait. So if I go into this other one, what does it look like? Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. So this was the last episode of part 1. Got it. All right, there we go. So now we're on to the sequel, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Got it. Episode 1, The Lost Turnabout. Play The Lost Turnabout? Yes. What is this Dracula music? Grr, how did I get into this mess? Phoenix is running through the woods or something? That's far enough. Oh god. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh my God, it's the judge. He's coming for our giblets. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Oh God! Divine judgment has been handed down. September 8th, 9:08 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Hopefully this one isn't as crazy with some of its evidence leaps. Yeah. The judge just turned into a giant. I guess we were having a nightmare, maybe? Yeah, it was a nightmare. What a nightmare! I bet it was this ringtone that caused it. He really shouldn't be dozing off right before her trial starts anyway. Beep. Huh? Looks like they hung up. Ah, good. I finally found it. Oh my God, did he just talk about a close call? I hate to do this to you, but... it's nothing personal, Mr. Attorney. I think we just got murdered? A few minutes later. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Weird eye markings? Yeah, that's just makeup. They've done a lot of weird makeup in this module so far. Ouch, my head. It's throbbing. Why does it feel so foggy in here? Oh God. Good morning! Good morning? What's wrong? You don't look well. People are at their best first thing in the morning. Where's that fighting spirit? Sorry, but can you please turn the cheeriness down? My head sort of hurts? Roger that. Am I in trouble or something? Huh? Trouble? Wait, never mind. You're a policewoman, right? I thought maybe I had done something wrong. What are you talking about? I'm the one in trouble. Huh? What? Ma'am, I've been insulted? Yeah. I'm placing my life in your hands today, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Life in my hands? You promised me. You said you would prove that I was not guilty. Not guilty? Just when I thought all hope was lost, when all the other lawyers had laughed me off. Leave it to me, you said. You, the one and only Phoenix Wright, came to save the day. And just like that, I was moved to tears, sir. Stop hitting yourself in the head. Never forget what you've done for me, forever. What is this girl babbling about? Actually, I really love to watch court proceedings, and I always root for you to win. When I'm off duty, I like to come here and... What's wrong? You've been acting really strange, and you keep staring at me. You make me kind of nervous, sir? Oh, sorry. I'm afraid to ask, but here goes. So this might sound bad, but, who are you? What? Mr. Wright, how can you say that? How can you do this to the fragile heart of a girl about to go on trial? You're absolutely horrible. No, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. Is that how a defense attorney treats his client, sir? Can't believe this. No, it's just, well, I think you have the wrong person. Yes? Who am I? Why am I drawing a blank? Wow, they're starting out with amnesia. Trial will begin shortly. Yeah, apparently he has amnesia from the head blow. Will the defendant and her lawyer please proceed to the courtroom immediately? The trial's about to start. I'm counting on you in there, okay? I guess I must have amnesia? We don't know what we forgot, but we know we forgot it, so we know we have amnesia. I don't know what I forgot, but I know I forgot it. Amnesia. Are you suffering from amnesia? Tell someone then? Yeah, tell someone that your head hurts and you can't remember your own name. The fact that there's not a witness to the assault in the middle of an active, like, courthouse is already insane. The fact that our character's not willing to tell anybody that they're suffering from amnesia is also really worrying. Like, come on, man. Let's see, what can I piece together? From the sound of things, it's probably safe to say that I'm a defense attorney. God, stop hitting yourself in the head. And that girl, I said I'd have proof I said I'd prove her not guilty. Can't believe I made such an irresponsible promise. Dog, someone please. Tell me this is just a bad dream. Why do I get the feeling this is one dream I won't be able to wake up from? Gulp. Maybe take out your wallet, look at your ID, see if that jogs some memories. Maybe open your your attaché case, see if there's some information in your attaché case about the court trial, like the trial or what's going on. Any files you might have with you might want to take a look at those real quick. Bang yourself on the head like that girl. That's not how that works. The Flintstones method of curing amnesia is not a thing. Hitting them in the head again is not going to solve the previous head wound. That'd be like saying, I'm going to stab you in the other arm because I stabbed you in the previous arm, and that'll fix both stabbings. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bride? That's Bride, right? But with a Y instead of an I? Bard? Byard? Byred? Maggie Byred? I guess it's Byard? Maggie Byard. Just some percussive maintenance. You'll be good as new. Oh, God, no. So Maggie Byard? Because I think the E becomes silent because there's not... Baird? I don't know what this E does to this Y in this layout. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. What is it, Mr. Wright? Are you talking to me? Maggie Bird? Oh, okay, so it's Bird, okay. Do you see any other defense attorneys here? I guess not. Now then, are you ready? No, but yes. I guess I should say yes for now. Are you ready, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Wait a second. Her life is in my hands. I should really do the responsible thing. Actually, you see, Your Honor, my memory is kind of... The court will not hear the defense's excuses. As the defendant is a member of the police, this case is under great scrutiny. Therefore, we must make this trial fair but swift. I believe I have told you this before. I hope you're not telling me you've forgotten. Actually, I have. Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. We've seen this guy before. I think he was the first defense lawyer, or the first prosecuting lawyer in the last one. Yes, Your Honor. As I'm sure you're well aware, the defendant is accused of killing her lover. What's worse, her lover was a fellow police officer? Policeman? He did what to a policeman? Wasn't me. And besides, Dustin and I, we weren't lovers like that. In any case, the prosecution will prove that the guilty party is none other than the defendant. Very well. Mr. Payne, please call your first witness. It's been a while, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've learned since last time. I won't show you any mercy this time, rookie. Okay, and who are you again? The prosecutor calls, oh God, Detective Dick Gumshoe to the stand. They just had to open with him? You couldn't give me anything else? Here we go. Don't let me down, Mr. Wright. Nowhere to hide. I'm so dead. They had to start with Detective Dick Gumshoe. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective in charge of homicides down at the precinct, sir. You don't look very well, detective. Well, sir, the defendant, she works under me, so, you know. You work under that detective? Yes, sir. And while I was a trainee, he was always watching out for me, sir. He's such a wonderful guy, sir. I'll never forget what he's done for me. Okay, calm down. I believe you. Detective Gumshoe, please describe for us the details of this murder. Yes, sir. It happened at the park near headquarters. Expose Park? Expose Park? The review... Wow. Okay, just call it Paparazzi Village. What? Expose Park. The victim was one of the local cops, Dustin Prince. Dustin... You can't call him Dustin Prince. You can't call him Dustin Prince. That's not okay. That's not okay. You can't call him Dustin Prince. That's messed up. That's messed up. You can't make a cop. His name cannot be Dustin Prince. He would be mocked non-stop the whole time he was in the academy. No criminal would ever take the police officer Dustin Prince seriously. There's no way that would ever work. He would have to come up with a nickname. And they can't call him DP because that's completely unprofessional. He was pushed down from the benches on the upper path, sir. Landing beat his body up bad and snapped his neck. Well, he must have landed on his head. The details are listed in the report that was distributed yesterday. Ah, yes. The autopsy report, correct? Why do I not remember getting a copy? I see everything is in order here. Even the estimated time of death is unusually well documented. The victim's watch stopped from the impact of the landing, sir. The results of the autopsy confirm the time of death. If I may, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to submit this photograph. Who was this taken by? Like, the angle on this is on from the ground. Very well, the court accepts it into evidence. Crime photo 1 added to the court record. Now then, I recall at yesterday's preliminary hearing, a very important piece of evidence was brought to our attention. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes, I guess? Mr. Wright, is your head on right today? There's a very crucial piece of evidence found under the victim's body. Was there? You lost your mind? Well, actually, it's just nerves. Give me a second. What? How do you talk like such an amateur? I thought you were a pro, sir. Alright, sir. I hope you thought through this. At a time like this, maybe you ought to take a glance at court record? Court record? Yep, info about evidence and people involved with this case are all listed there, sir. You look at the court record by pressing tab. Tab, huh? You really know what you're talking about, don't you? Too bad I'm a cop, right? Just think, I could totally be a legal aid instead. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Court is in session. Save your chit-chat for later. Sorry, Your Honor. Well, I guess I'd better check the court record and see what I can find. What was it again? Tab? Alright, Mr. Wright, let's see if your notes are in order. Oh, this isn't just a gimmick for the module to tutorial you again. Oh, it is 100% that, Ika. That is 100% what this is. We gotta get through this tutorial because remember, this is a separate module now. So if you didn't play the first one and this is the first one you played, you need a tutorial. So the only thing they could think of to come up for with explaining why you're doing a tutorial again is because apparently you have amnesia. As opposed to, I don't know, working with a new assistant or something. Like, or doing like an annual review trial or something. Just make this a mock trial and have it be a review or something. I don't know. It'd be amazing if they had Edgeworth take over for you or something. Yeah. Edgeworth shows back up and you have to work together to like retrain yourself on being a defense attorney. So it's like a whole training montage, but with Edgeworth. That would be amazing. I found this in my pocket, but I don't remember what it means or how it got there. You don't remember what your cell phone is, okay? I can't examine it more. Okay. Found under the victim's body, pieces of nearsighted lenses were found nearby. Time of death, 9/6 at 6:28 p.m. Cause, broken neck. Body was also covered in bruises. Wait, that's not possible. If his neck broke, he would have died basically instantly. And when you die, your body stops doing bruising. So that means he must have been beat up before he was thrown over the side of the bridge. Going from the walking path. No, he was definitely beaten up beforehand and then thrown over there. That's right. Let's see if your notes are in order. What was the piece of evidence found underneath the victim's body? A wallet, glasses, a police badge. Glasses? That's simple, Your Honor. A broken pair of glasses. That's right. The victim grabbed his killer's glasses as he was being shoved, sir. And he held on to them as he fell. Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? These glasses you're wearing. Yes, this is my spare pair. Those glasses they found at the scene of the crime are not mine. I swear, sir. You sure about that? Look, it was a coincidence that on the same day, I accidentally stepped on mine. A coincidence, she says. Irk. Your Honor, I have further evidence to present. Oh, you have more? And this evidence is very decisive. Very well. Let's hear from our witness about this evidence. Decisive evidence. There's something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area, but he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. No, he did not. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. Oh, okay. No. No. You don't fall and break your neck and then proceed to write out your murderer's name. That's not how your neck works. Like, what are you talking about? If this wound was so bad that he fell and died basically instantly, there's no way he had time to write out her name. That's clearly a setup. Everything about this is a setup. I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. With this piece of evidence and the glasses, it's hard not to say that she's the culprit. Okay, do we have any... This is a picture of the writing, Your Honor. Wait. That's a weird E. Ah, yes, I just read a name when my neck is broken. Yeah. By this. Yes, I can see her name is clearly written here. The prosecution would like to submit this picture. Understood. The court accepts it into evidence. Photo of the area around the victim's hand. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. As if the glasses alone didn't make you look suspicious. The victim even wrote your name clear as day on the ground. But I already told you, the glasses aren't mine. How do you explain his dying message? It's a conspiracy. I'm not guilty, sir. Mr. Wright, do you may cross-examine the witness? Cross-examine? This is it. I'm counting on you. Sure, but what am I supposed to do? What? This isn't like you at all. Normally, this is the part where you get into the witnesses' faces. Get in their faces and do what? There's no way around it. Okay, I'm going to lend you a hand. Prosecution's witness will hide things from the court, which means they lie from time to time. Lie? But isn't that detective your superior? Well, even if they don't mean to lie, sometimes people just remember things wrong. Like that detective. He does sort of look like a scatterbrain. It's kind of an idiot, yeah. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's bad for us, sir. That's why when you question witnesses, you have to find and expose their lies. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Talk about trial by fire. Here goes nothing. As long as I can expose the lies, we should be all right. Decisive evidence. There's something even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body. We gotta press him on all of it. And about those glasses, do you have any proof that those belong to my client? Lenses are for nearsightedness and are almost the same strength as hers. Even the frames look kind of like the one she's wearing in her ID, pal. What should I do now? Continue pressing. Hold it. Almost and kinda are not enough in a case like this. Or, do you have more definitive proof? Is there something that clearly links the defendant with those glasses? Or, the dirt and sand rubbed out any traces of fingerprints or anything else. So what you're saying, detective, is that you have nothing that proves those glasses are my client's? Something like that. What? I see. So there is no proof. Wow, that was amazing. Totally feel it down in my gut. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench area. Now, you're sure he was pushed and that's how he fell? Yeah, pal, if you look at the wounds on the victim's body, there's no way it was anything else. Please continue with your testimony, detective. Anyway, the victim fell pretty far. But he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. How do you do that with a broken neck? Culprit's name? Yeah, I was surprised too. I didn't want to believe it, but was the name that of my client? I don't like saying it, but it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. Are you absolutely certain? Sorry, pal, but that's what it said. This picture... I don't know what this would be upside down. That looks like Maggie. Upside down, it doesn't look like anything else. I don't know what has a dot on the bottom like that in English. This is a picture of it. No matter which way you look at it, it still says Maggie. He's got a point. Hey, hold on. Huh? Don't me. I know the picture says Maggie, but now that she mentions it, something does feel kind of off about this picture. That's how you know you found a contradiction. Now hurry up and present some evidence. So that's what spotting a contradiction feels like. I better check the court record again. With this piece of evidence and the class, it's hard not to say that she's the culprit. And you are certain that it was the victim who wrote the name of the ground? There were scratches on his fingers from the rough sand, and there were grains of sand stuck under his pointer fingernail. Clearly seems like that name was written by the victim himself. That didn't go well. The writer really was the victim himself, and we're in a lot of trouble. Don't give up. Keep that fighting spirit going. I'm glad you're all pumped up, but I want to see your special moves, sir. Wait, what? You always look so cool when you present evidence. Present evidence? Oh, that present evidence. Actually, I was just thinking about that. Yes, the great Phoenix Wright is back. Oh, that's right. Huh? I heard that lately you can present not only evidence, but people's profile. Oh, God. No. I almost cussed. I'm sorry. I almost cussed. I don't need more stuff to present in these cases. I almost cussed. I almost said it. All right. It's fine. I heard that lately you can present not only evidence, but people's profiles as well. It sure makes things a bit more complicated. You don't know, really? It sure makes things a bit more complicated, so be careful, sir. People's profiles, huh? All right, let's give this another try. All right, there's something even more incriminating than the bosses of the victim's body. During his date, the victim was pushed from the bench. From the bench area. Wait, from the bench area. But the bench area is over there. Is there a separate... But there's no benches up there. These people are standing against the guardrail. The bench is over there. What is he talking about? On the bench. But he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. Broke neck. Body was also covered in bruises. Yeah. Okay, wait. What are the profiles? The thing I can recall is that she's a policewoman. The victim and a policeman, it seems that he was dating the defendant, Maggie Bird. I guess that explains all the feathers, is the bird thing you were talking about, Ika? Oh, he's 30. A little bit of an age gap. Not an unreasonable one, but a little bit of a gap. The prosecutor from this case lacks presence, generally bad at getting his point across. Detective at the local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. Alright, so... Hold on. Objection. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I see nothing faulty. Fortunately, I will have to... What? How is he writing something with a broken neck? But he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. Wait. Okay, wait. Did he... No. That's not what I wanted to do. The witness statement. I wanted to look at the... Can I look at this, please? Check it. Okay, he landed on the ground. But wait. Wait. In this one, there's no... Like, there's a little bit of, like, lines, but it doesn't spell Maggie. The first picture doesn't have any writing. Yeah. Yeah, look, his hand is way up above his head in this one. But in this one, it's like down by his nose. What? Can I present this as evidence? Objection! Your Honor, what do you think about the witness? What? Okay, I guess not. 1 points with the judge. They managed to write his name. I don't think, but it clearly says the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. Piece of evidence in the glasses. It's hard not to say that she's the culprit. Bonk the module? Yeah. Okay, so I need to present a piece of evidence that contradicts something here, which... On the victim's body, pieces of nearsighted lenses were found nearby. Wait, pieces of nearsighted lenses were found nearby. But if he fell on them, they wouldn't have gone anywhere. It would have broken underneath him. So the glasses must have hit the ground first and then exploded, and then he landed on them? Remember what it means or how it got here. My all-important badge. It shows that I am a defense attorney. Okay, so we've already found multiple issues. Even more incriminating than the glasses under the victim's body, sir. During this date, the victim was pushed from the bench area. I'm not sure what it wants, though, because, I mean, he managed to write the culprit's name on the ground where he landed. I don't like saying it, but it's clearly the defendant's name, Maggie, sir. In the glasses, it's hard not to say that she's the culprit. I'm not sure what it wants from me on this one, because, I mean, we already presented both of these photos. 6:28 p.m. Oh, wait. Nope. This photo... That's what, 7? I mean, Wait. Okay, there's so many contradictions, I don't know which one they want me to contradict first. Defendant's name, Maggie, sir. His name on the ground when he landed. I don't know what evidence they want me to disprove this with. Look it up, and they did a really bad job with it. Oh god, what is it then? See, this is what makes me not like these modules, is because some of this stuff is so illogical. Is this something crazy like I need to use the phone that we don't know what it's for? So many contradictions with all the physical evidence. Okay. I have to present someone's profile then? The name is misspelled is what it's supposed to be. Okay. But it was clearly the defendant's name, Maggie. Is it? M-A-G-G-I-E? Okay, so... Oh, okay, so it's supposed to be M-A-G-G-E-Y, not I-E. So I guess we present that as the problem? So do we present her? The name is misspelled. It's what it's supposed to be. So do we present the? Do we need to present the photo, or do we need to present her profile? I guess it's her profile, right? To introduce this to the new system. Okay, it's the profile. What is it? What? What's come over me? Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I yelled it at the top of my lungs, finger outstretched, ready to take on my opponent. Like a court tiger ready to attack. What a rush. Detective Gumshoe. You talking to me, pal? Please state the defendant's name for me. What are you trying to prove with this futile exercise, Mr. Wright? You'll see, this is a very crucial line of questioning. Actually, Mr. Payne, you can answer. The defendant's name, if you please. Where is this ridiculous question coming from? The defendant's name is Maggie Bird. Bird. I think someone needs to check the court record. They gave this other guy a voice finally. Oh, does he? What? It says right here that it's Maggie Bird. Ah! It looks like the bird caught the cat napping. It's so squeaky. Oh, okay. What's going on here? I have no idea either, sir. As you can see, the victim did indeed leave a name Maggie. However, the defendant's name is actually spelled M-A-G-G-E-Y. This is a blatant contradiction of facts. Oh, how about that? I hadn't even noticed. Oh, yeah, he does have I can kind of hear it a little bit, but maybe the victim didn't know how to spell her name correctly. May I remind you that it was you who said the defendant is accused of killing her lover? If they were truly lovers, it would be impossible for him to have not known her name. They did him dirty. Yeah, that's a very squeaky, squawky kind of bird voice. This is very true, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Are you absolutely certain that the defendant and the victim, Dustin Prince, were in fact lovers? Yes, I'm quite certain, Your Honor. They were a well-known couple in the police force. Detective Gumshoe, please testify for the court the relationship between the victim and the defendant. Yes, sir. Dustin and Maggie. Officer Price and Officer Bird had been, or Prince and Bird have been going out for about a half a year. Sounded like they were even talking about marriage. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. Officer Bird had gotten Officer Prince a present. It was something she had bought over 2 months ago. I should know because she came to me to ask what she should get for him. Oh, those two sound like they were close. Nevertheless, tragedy struck. Yes, I see. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. Well, it's not a tragedy if it was a murder. That's not the same thing. A tragedy would have been an accident. She actively murdering someone is not the same thing. Dustin and Maggie. Officer Prince and Boyd had been going out for about a half a year. How do you know about this? Every year in March, we have a training camp for us cops. Officer Bird was a rookie at the time, and she and Officer Prince seemed to hit it off. They got close, I take it. Actually, I was supposed to go too, but I couldn't pay the deposit for the trip, so I didn't. If only I had gone on that trip. What is it? Oh, nothing, sir, really. Anyway. It sounded like they were even talking about marriage. Marriage? But wasn't the victim 8 years older than her? What? You saying a guy's got to marry someone the same age as him, pal? No, that's not what I meant at all. Detective Gumshoe and Dustin were only a year apart, you know. Ugh, I think this fella has ways to go before marriage. Mind your own business, pal. The day of the incident... Own your own business, pal. Press Gumshoe about they were even talking about marriage. I just got an achievement for that. Wow. The day of the incident just happened to be the victim's birthday, sir. The day of the incident? You mean September 6th? Yeah. The victim, Officer Price, had just gotten off duty at 5:30 p.m. that day. And since Maggie's night shift hadn't started yet, they went to the park for a bit. I remember when I was young and in love. Oh, it was a jolly time. That's great, Your Honor. I'm glad you're such a cheerful old man. Maggie, I mean Officer Bird, had gotten Officer Prince a present. Okay, what was the present? You seem to know a lot about the defendant. Well, that's because I'm her boss and I've gotten to watch out for my subordinates. But even what she was going to give as a present, isn't that going a bit too far? Hey pal, watch what you say. I know everything that happens under me. If someone so much as scratches their... I really don't need to know that much. Mr. Wright, please refrain from badgering the witness. I agree. Even if this witness has a crush on the defendant, that should not be the point of discussion at this time. Whoa, wait a second. Why are we talking about this? It's all your fault, pal. You're guilty, guilty, guilty. I should have you arrested. I think the good detective is about done here. It was something she had bought over 2 months ago. Over 2 months ago? Yep, she's a very considerate woman, pal. So, what was this birthday present? She got him a glove. A single glove? Why would she only give him one? Actually, Your Honor, the glove in question is a baseball glove? Oh, I see, a baseball glove. Officer Prince was a huge baseball fan. Baseball glove, huh? Press further. Just now, I believe you said that the present was something she had bought over 2 months ago? Yeah? Are you saying she bought the glove at a store that far in advance? No, nothing like that, pal. Then what is it like? She ordered it. It was custom made. Custom made? That glove was custom made? Yep, that's what I said. So the glove was custom made. Your Honor, I really don't see how this glove is related to this case. Yes, it would seem that there's little relevance. What do you think, Mr. Wright? You think this glove is really relevant to this case? Of course it's relevant. I don't know where this will lead, but... Of course it's relevant. The glove is the key to this whole case. Yes, bluffing to the max. Now, this is the Mr. Wright I know. I'm so happy you're back, sir. Wondering how long it'd take. This is great. Pressing people. It feels like I've done this before. As if I used to do this, squeeze information from even the most tight-lipped people. Very well. If you are that convinced, let's hear some more about the matter. Actually, I bought the glove with me today. And? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and show the glove to the court. Well, I didn't think it would have anything to do with this case. Anyway, this is it, sir. It's, rather yellow, isn't it? Wait, it's a right-handed glove. That means he would have been left-handed. He wouldn't have written... he wouldn't have written her name with her... He wouldn't have written her name with his right hand if he was left-handed. It looks like bananas. Oh, it 100% looks like bananas. Baseball glove added to the court record. A birthday present for Maggie to the victim. It was custom made. Officer Prince really liked the color yellow. And that's why you had to special order it? Yep, that's right. That and one other reason. I think this court had heard enough. It's clear that the victim and the defendant were involved with each other. Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Now, if that's true, it brings up an important question. Was the name Maggie really written by the victim? I see your point, Your Honor. Detective Gumshoe, please tell the court a little more about the name on the ground. Yes, sir. Writing on the ground. Okay. We first looked into the handwriting. Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. Next, we checked the victim's pointer finger. We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. From this, we could confirm that the victim wrote this name with his right hand. Okay, well, there's the contradiction. Banana emote. Yes, perfectly logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, writing on the ground. We first looked into the handwriting. But can he really determine handwriting based on a sample written in sand? This is why amateurs are amateurs. We're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Scientific investigation is in this country is actually pretty good. No, it's not. I believe it's time to get back to the real point. Agreed, Your Honor. So, what was the result of the investigation? Unfortunately, we couldn't confirm that it was the victim's handwriting. So, in the end, you couldn't confirm. Hey, don't you look down on us. I told you, we're not a bunch of simpletons, pal. Everyone knows you can't find out everything you want with scientific investigation. I've never heard that before. Me neither. Nor I. I never heard anything like that at the police academy, sir. Okay, so I made it up anyway. Look, I'm just lying under oath. What's the big deal? Next, we check the victim's pointer finger. His pointer finger? You know, the one you're always pointing and waving around in people's faces. Don't tell me it bothers you. Every time you do it, I have a mini heart attack. It's like you're trying to kill me, pal. In any case, you examined the victim's index finger, correct? Yeah, we figured there should be something on his finger if it had been written in sand. And the results? We found that there was sand trapped under the victim's fingernail. And what does that prove? Well, it proves that he did write that name with his own finger. Yes. Wow, you have a pointing emote? That's awesome. Yeah, which explains why there was sand stuck under his nail. I guess he's right? And there's more. There were also scratches on his skin that were caused by him writing on the ground. I mean, I don't really care about that. From this, we could confirm that the victim was right with his right hand. Are you absolutely sure? I believe in the power of science. That's actually a good comeback. I wonder if my evidence is solid enough to counter this. Listening to this, you would think there would be only one conclusion. The name was definitely written by the victim, but don't you think that would be really strange, sir? Dustin really wrote that message with his right hand. Do you think I would have gone through that much trouble to get him his present? The present? Yeah, it's a glove for a left-handed person. So he should have written it with his left hand. BTTV has any emotes phone would generally have, and whatever you have reading chat has BTTV. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just using Streamlabs. First, we look at the handwriting. Fingernail. Ground. Right hand. Okay. Okay, so we present this. Detective Gumshoe, take a look at this. That's the glove, right? Could you tell the court what is special about this glove? What's special? Never really thought about it, but, it's really yellow. And that's about it. Yes, it's really yellow, but this is only one of its qualities. Huh? There's another reason why it's special. And what would that be? It's very simple. This glove is made for a left-handed person. Left-handed? Why, you're absolutely right. This glove is made to be worn on the right hand. This is why it would be custom-made. I've never seen a bright yellow left-handed glove for sale, have you? No. So, detective, which hand did the victim use to write the name with, again? That's easy. Look, it's obvious from his picture that it was his... Wait a second! Don't forget that the victim was left-handed. Ah! No, overruled. Mr. Wright, I'd like you to know what your line of reasoning proves. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn. A left-handed person could not have written a message with his right hand. Therefore, the person who wrote the name Maggie could not have been the victim. It was the wrong hand and the name was spelled wrong. When you think about it that way, then yes. It's not impossible that his name was written by the victim himself. Then that means Maggie is... No. It's not possible, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Evidence that the prosecution has presented has failed to prove the defendant's guilt. In fact, I believe you have proven her to be innocent. No! All right, you did it, Mr. Wright. Woo, I feel like I can breathe again. It seems that we have reached the conclusion. You did a fine job once again, Mr. Wright. Me, Your Honor? Aw, well, thank you, sir. See, you got complimented by the judge again. You're really good. And that's why you can't give up being a lawyer, sir. Are you joking? I'm more than ready to retire. I will now announce my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird. Oh, we're not done yet. No, not yet. I mean, please, give me a few more minutes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Payne? The prosecution is not finished yet. What do you mean? We would like to call our next witness to the stand. Oh, you mean the actual murderer? We're about to interview the actual murderer, everybody. It's not subtle. And what did the witness witness? The moment the victim was pushed to his death. What's more, he saw the very face of the culprit. What the heck? Order in the court. I believe a recess is in order. Afterward, we will hear from this new witness. I had a feeling that this was a bit too easy. I need more information. I'll have to see what I can find out during this recess. I can't let my guard down. It's only going to get tougher from here. Court is adjourned for recess. I love that Phoenix Wright is doing all this with absolutely zero lawyer training. He's literally just standing up there and asking obvious, logical questions. You want to save your progress? Yes, I do want to save my progress. Wait, why is it keeping my other ones? Are you serious? Listen. Listen to me. All of your brain. All right, we'll go to number 6. All right, well, that will be about the perfect place to stop as we get into the second half of this. September 8th, 11:43 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Amnesia? Oh, good, he finally confessed. I was wondering how long he was going to go without telling anybody. All right, well, there we go, team. We finished up part 1. We finished up the original Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We did it, team. We did it. We actually factually finished it up with an incredibly long case. So it's good to know that these have, I guess, apparently around 5 cases each or whatever, or 5 chapters to each of them. That's good to know. It'll give us a rough idea how much more we have. So we're only a third of the way through this. It's actually much longer than I thought it was going to be. But that's okay. Press gumshoe about they were even talking about marriage. Justice for All, episode 1. 27.5% of players have this achievement. So a lot of people have not pressed about they were talking about marriage thing. Which is, I think, very, very good. All right. But with that, we'll talk about scheduling. So next week, Sunday, we'll be back to normal. As far as I'm aware, I don't have anything planned on Sunday. So 1 week from yesterday, Amnesia, the Attorney Descent, that would be really interesting. It's Amnesia, the Dark Descent, but it all takes place inside of like a giant courthouse. Instead of a weird underground lair, it's all a giant courthouse, and the monster chasing you around is just the judge from this. That'd be really weird. It'd be interesting, but weird. But, yeah, the next Sunday, this coming Sunday, 2 p.m. here on Twitch, we will continue with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All part of the trilogy, where we're just getting started, basically. Tomorrow, for Action Tuesday, we will be starting up at 3 p.m., and we'll have more of The Getaway, PS2 classic The Getaway. Apparently everyone is enjoying it. I was a little concerned they wouldn't, but apparently everyone's liking it, so we'll continue playing it. I don't remember how much we have left exactly. I know we haven't hit the big twist, but other than that, I don't remember much. So we'll have to play it by ear and see how things go. Thursday, 3 p.m., we will be continuing Dungeon Rats, where there's a non-zero chance we finish it this time. More human Mark Zuckerberg, the main character, yeah. What is his name? Dylan or something? I can't remember what his name is. But Thursday, 3 p.m., we will continue Dungeon Rats, where we'll probably finish it. We have a couple more fights and the main boss fight, and then like a couple more very light fights after that. We're going to try to get multiple endings, so maybe an extra week, depending on how long that takes. But we're at least getting 2 endings out of this. But again, that's Thursday at 3 p.m. Saturday, 10:30, we will continue with Oblivion. I doubt we'll be finished with it if I do it in betweener module time. And then at 2:30, we'll switch back over to Pathologic 2, where we're going to have to repeat the second half of day 3, because we got stuck in an infinite death loop. Basically, if we didn't sleep, we would die, and if we went to sleep, we would also die. So we're going to have to restart. Well, not restart the whole day, but restart back before we got infected and be a little less greedy about it. But, you know, the last one requires high charisma. Oh, well, yeah, that one might not work for us then because we only have a charisma of 4. So we probably get at least 2. If I remember correctly, there's 3 endings. Yeah, okay, so we'll probably get 2 of them. But I definitely don't have the high charisma one. That's not going to happen. But yeah, so Saturday, 10:30, we'll do Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, and then 2:30 we'll switch over to Pathologic 2, try to finish up the second half of day 3. If you want to get caught up on this, we have the YouTube repository, Raven Hillbrook Inc. I'll get this uploaded today, and we'll be completely caught up. I got everything else uploaded and edited, so if you want to check out any of the other Phoenix Wright stuff I've done, it's all up over there. Then we've got the Discord. Links to that are in chat and on the info page. General discussion, recommendations. You want to see me play something specific, we do work through that. We've got the water cooler section for memes. We've got lunch break for food. Office pets for funny animal stuff. The art board for any kind of art you create. And then the after hours section for the spicier stuff. Last but not least, we have the Twitter, @Hillbrook Inc. Hillbrook, again, is one word, INC. Schedule reminders, updates if there are changes, and notes from management to the board. See you, Celtier. Thanks, Ika. You have a good one. I hope you have a good rest of your day off, and hope you have a good day tomorrow. We'll see you back for the getaway, hopefully. I want to thank everyone who stopped by today, though. We had a few people in here. Ika, of course, and we had our kids stop by. Any of the lurkers, we always appreciate you. You have the Twitch world go round. Anybody check out the VODs here on Twitch or checks on the VODs on the YouTube repository, thank you. Always greatly appreciated. If you need a well thought out solution, you need a thinking solution, Raven Hillbrook Inc. Thinking Solutions. But that'll be it. I hope to see y'all back tomorrow for the getaway. Yeah, I think that's got it. Bye.